Alright, welcome back to Minecraft 1710 Legacy, featuring Witchery, Ars Magica 2, Old School Thermal Expansion, and a bunch of other stuff. Our target today is to make, apparently, 3 spells, one of which is already over here. But I don't have the ingredients for it, so it can't stay there. Then once we have Channel Storm, we can use it to challenge the Lightning Guardian. See if I can't get his unique item. So we have a blank room. We have Arcane Ash, Arcane Essence, and Tarma. Starting off pretty hot here. Essence, Yellow Rune, Blue Topaz, Gas Tier, and then that's it. A surprisingly simple spell to darken the skies. If I had just stayed a vampire, this might have made the sun a non-issue. Oh yeah, I forgot the essence part. Now we have Stormcall, which only costs 15. This is deceptive because it's maintained. That's 15 per tick. If I put it in my spellbook, it's only 11 and change. Hello. Next up is my Quarrying spell. Blank Ventium Arrow Snowball Tarma. Two Moonstone, a Sunstone, a Diamond. That's a bit crazy. That's right. You are right back at the beginning. All we've done so far is craft the Storm Summoning spell. Now I'm on the Quarrying spell, and Greatest Drill is next. Three Earth Essence. Wow. A Compass, and 2 Air Essence. This is getting very expensive. I'm going to have to make more Earth Essence fairly soon just to have some on hand. Essence 3 TNT, Orange Rune, Iron Tools. feather, chimerite, 2 diamond pickaxes. Just a casual 6 more diamonds. Two fire essence and 2 glowstone. And that's ready to go. Spells are getting a bit more complicated. Oh, am I an ARS is short? That doesn't seem right. No, I am an ARS is short. And this is Quarry. May as well keep the name. And finally, Greatest Drill. Projectile, triple piercing, big radius. I might not be able to afford this, come to think of it. 3 ice, 3 essence, more fire and air essence. I don't think I have the fire essence for it. No, we're a little light on fire. Strangely enough, it's not asking for earth. But it's mostly the fire essence we're shy on. Everything else is fine. Fire is coal and blaze power. Alright then, while that processes, Vintium 4 arrow snowball. Three ice, 3 emerald, and a moonstone. 2 air, pull the lever, 4 TNT. Orange rune, iron tools, feather chimerite. Three fire, 3 glowstone, and we're done. And that is going to be greatest drill. So we'll go test these out. And in addition to that, what was Lightning Guardian again? Gold inlay ring, mono battery, 2 iron bars, and a storm. Maybe I can summon him into the same hole as everyone else. Just turn that skeleton into red mana. And let's see what Quarry does. I'll use it here. That's pretty much exactly what I wanted it to do. It went slightly too far in the process, but we can fix that. What am I going to use on this guy? Probably Frostwall. Because Arcane Ripper is lightning damage, and so is Taze. This is the Lightning Guardian. He's not going to care. This is also true. Now I need to have Athlete up and running so we can jump out of here. And then we'll Storm Call and prepare our spell. Bring him on. Already out of mana. But he's here. And making very large lightning attacks. Our ice spell is hurting him. Not a whole lot. Firebolt, not the most impressive thing, and I'm being lifted into the sky. Ow. Ow. Wasn't much I could do about that. I was paralyzed. Frostwall is working. And he's down. He's only worth a green? Huh. But we also get lightning essence out of it, so that's a decent trade-off. Oh, it just kind of zaps that place immediately. Got him. Nope, we're flying again. He does a lot of damage just from being able to have line of sight. All you need is to have line of sight to him, and he just zaps you constantly. So you actually need to peek this guy, or he will make sure you have a tough time. Got him out, though. Still hasn't dropped his signature item. At least he likes to hide pretty consistently in the same corner. Makes targeting him easy. Uh-oh. Up we go again. It's pretty impressive how well these guys are animated. Kind of a shame that Mythion moved away from Guardians in Mana and Artifice. And we still didn't get it. Well, back home to make more batteries and to keep trying. I want that lightning charm. The free green points are nothing to sneeze at, though. Not that I think they're good for very much currently. If anything. I mean, I get levitate. And then I gotta take a contingency and mage bossing. I have nothing else to do with the green skill points. It looks like he has a hard time attacking me if I just target the top of his head. You got it. That's it, the lightning charm. What that does is, while active and glowing, it functions as an item magnet. A very strong one, and a little glitchy, but it's the only source of item magnet I currently have in this mod set. And you know what? While it's raining, I did need one more blue. We'll see how he deals with Mage Ripper. And the answer is that he completely ignores it. All 4 hits, preventing us from gaining mana back from it. But it does tear him to pieces when it does damage. And that blue point gives us shield and allows us to get closer to duration. Just making sure there's nothing else of impressive importance around, and I don't see anything. Also worth noting, we seem to be getting toward arcane in our affinities, which means we're currently weak to magic. That's kind of a problem. Every affinity is bad. Pretty much. And they tend to have... You tend to get the disadvantages first, and then eventually you reach a point where you have an advantage, which does not mitigate the disadvantage. And in my experience, one of the worst is lightning. Lightning does a few things, but the most dangerous, or at least the most annoying of these, is called short circuit. Short circuit means while it's raining, your mana just vanishes. you start shooting off little electrical sparks in the water, and you lose all your mana. So no more spell casting in the water or when it's raining. It's kind of a pain. We can also maybe go for life. Life is another one that we want to fight in a hole or something. Probably in its own personal hole. We will also need a villager child. Not sure how I plan to get one of those. Maybe we'll skip life. What we can also do is go mining just for the sake of mining. To play around with Greatest Drill a bit. Which is significantly bigger than... I mean, Dig It is completely outmoded now. It's been replaced by Delicate Dig It, the Silk Touch version. And we have much bigger dig spells now. So our original Dig It is now kind of garbage. There is a way to disassemble spells back into their components. You don't get everything back, but you get some of them. I think it's called the Arcane Deconstructor. I could be wrong. I don't actually remember what it's called. Here it is. Yeah, the Arcane Deconstructor. Made from a pure essence, a deficit crystal, which is just a painful item, and an item focus. You put a completed spell into this, feed it with some essence, and it will spit back out some of the items that were some or most of the items that were used to craft the spell. So I could theoretically use them to take these apart, because I don't need these anymore, and refund many of the items used in their construction. But in order to do that, I need to make a deficit crystal, which is not that expensive, and a pure essence, which is so we're just not gonna do that. So this leaves us kind of without a goal for the moment. Apart from filling up a bit more of our red essence here, and maybe going mining for a bit. It may simply be the case that we're about ready to call this playthrough completed, having accomplished basically everything we set out to do. I mean, a showdown with the Life Guardian wouldn't be bad, for a chance to get that life ward, but that would require child sacrifice, and of course, getting a child in the first place. Which may actually be easier than I'm imagining here. know what to do. So our hobgoblin friends in here are no longer necessary. Pretty much at all. They have served their function, and we need the room, basically. Because conveniently, this claustrophobic chamber full of doors isn't just good for breeding hobgoblins, it will also serve for breeding normal villagers. So let's go find some of those. And also take a brief look in our crypt here. I think our vampire children died when they suddenly stopped being vampires. Not sure. Might be the case. I suddenly heard very rapid sprinting when I opened that door. What was that? Hello. You buy wool. We might actually want you. You sell bread. Don't you sprint away from me. We're gonna take the bread salesman. And sure, Mr. Woolgathers. And maybe the third guy too. You buy coal. And you guys all get to go in here. And the intention is for them to multiply. So we can get some, well, sacrificial children. It's not like I can sugarcoat that part. We can also go ahead and sell some wool and coal to get our emerald stock up while these guys are figuring out sleeping arrangements. I really don't know why they insist on sprinting around at full speed. It's very strange. But their commercial usefulness is at an end. So now we just have to wait for them to do villager things. I also have this one green skill point, which I could use for Watery Grave if I could get there. Contingency, maybe. Another contingency. Yeah, the green skill points are kind of useless at this point. We need more red. Which means more winter farming. But there is something else we can do besides just farming the Winter Guardian. And that begins with making an easier way to get to the Winter Guardian. Enter the gateway. Gateways are very nice. Not as cheap as using witchery waystones, but they don't consume a waystone every time you use one. And this is basically what they look like, only this one's kind of backwards. The main thing is that they're just made of stone brick, and also have a keystone receptacle. Every gateway needs one of these, and one gateway by itself is useless. The receptacle is made with ender essence. Also not that big a deal. But we will need to go back to items, essences, ender essence, pearls, and eyes of ender. If we hadn't unlocked the end and got a ton of these bees, this would be a bit more difficult. But the simple fact of it is I have more mysterious comb than I can handle. And mysterious comb basically becomes ender pearls. I won't connect the red one. Not right now. What I am going to do is remove this coffin. It's a nice souvenir of our darker days, but I need the space. So the gateway is 5 by 5, roughly. Very roughly. With a chiseled stone brick on the bottom. And you're just gonna be crazy. Bye. Also, 8 stone brick stairs, which is not negotiable. The additional 4 is optional. I could also use some smooth stone to just pretty up that ugly gravel backing. That's the basic gateway frame. Then we have upside down stairs. Not like that. Like that. Would you stop teleporting into things that could kill you? You menace. Just get out of the gate. Get out of the gate before I execute all of you. You are no longer needed. Thank you. I'm glad that got through. Oh, yeah. 2 more Eyes of Ender per each. first keystone receptacle goes right here. Technically, this gate can be activated if it was powered. It goes nowhere. It also has these 3 rune slots if you shift right click it. And what these do is they set a combination. And if you don't set a combination, then this gate will teleport you to any other gate that doesn't have a combination. It does so in sequence based on the order that the gates were built. So this would be gate number 1. Whatever gate I build next is gate number 2. And you'll teleport through the gate network in sequence like that. If you do place 3 colored runes in here to create a combination, that removes it from the gate network entirely. And the only way you can access it is by right-clicking it with a keystone that has the same 3 rune combination in it. This is also the only way you can edit this combination again. You have to be able to shift right-click it with the keystone with that same combination. So what you can do is use those rune combinations in your keystone receptacle to either lock your gate so other players don't just warp into your base uninvited, or you can use these combinations to set your gate travel so you don't have to go through your gates in sequence until you get where you want. You can just target where you want to go and go there immediately. But as I keep saying, this gate by itself does nothing, even if I were to power it. I need at minimum a second gate for this to do anything at all. I'm gonna power it anyway. Mostly with light. Because light is free and regenerates constantly. Our next move is to go see the Winter Guardian. I'm not going to bring any of the stuff to farm him with on purpose. Hi. Who invited you? Who invited this sheep? That sheep is very lost. This keystone receptacle means we now have 2 ends of a functioning gate network, however small it currently is. kind of want these 4 blocks to be stair blocks just for aesthetic reasons, but that's a minor concern. But what that means is, now when I want to return to the Winter Guardians arena, I don't have to throw a waystone. I can just come over here and activate the keystone receptacle here, and this will teleport me for a cost of essence, but light essence is free. We could, in theory, also make some other teleporters for our other key locations, like the End Fortress, and maybe the jungle, though I don't see a need to go back to the jungle anytime soon. But the End Fortress definitely has some merit. The thing is, though, in order for a gate to send you somewhere, that gate must be powered. Receiving gates don't need power. And as I just explained, gates that don't have a rune sequence are teleported to in order. So if I leave this gate, if I go through this gate, I will end up at the Winter Guardian every single time. And if I build a third gate at the end portal, the only way to get there is to enter the Winter Guardian gate, which would require powering the Winter Guardian gate. This is possible. I could build 2 celestial prisms, 1 moonstone, 1 glass, and have that ready to go. But it makes far more sense to make a keystone and start setting these up with rune combinations. Another useful thing you can do with the keystone, besides lockable portals, is there's a keystone door that will only open if you use the correct keystone code on it. There's also a keystone chest that's the same way. It's a single chest that requires a rune combination in a keystone to open. Very early Minecraft security measures. Another thing that helps with all this is a rune bag. Because in order to configure the runes in your keystone, you have to have a supply of runes on hand, and the rune bag counts as that. So let's get ourselves a collection of runes. Something like 3 of some common colors should do. Oh, yeah. The rune bag can't carry stacks, I forgot. Which makes it, I suppose, easier for a multiplayer server to prevent players from having easy access to every conceivable combination. You have to set up your rune bag for the combination style that you personally will favor. So I'm now ready to configure some destinations. You can also save them in the keystone. That's not what order I wanted that to be in. There we go. So now we have Winter Guardian saved as white, blue, white. We'll take those out. I don't know why these are so dark. I also want gray, purple, black. Saved as end portal. And now I can switch back and forth between them. Just fine. So keeping in mind that Winter Guardian is white, light blue, white, let me get white, light blue, and another white. And we can teleport to the Winter Guardian place and set this configuration as white, light blue, white. Now the only way we can get to this gate is with the keystone with that active rune combination. Which also means that now we can go to the end portal and build another one. And this will make our personal transportation that much easier. End portal is light gray, purple, black. So let me see if I can process more of these combs. Technically, but also not really. Let me get all this stuff out of here. Our Ender Pearl situation is at least very, very solved. Don't have to worry about our Ender Pearl supply for pretty much the foreseeable future. Our honey supply also kind of going the same way. Ack. Also, this will stop happening. The witchery portal should not be putting us off target like that. Those are fake. But I think I need to break them anyway. So let's bring the silverfish on out. I don't know how they managed to pack 2 silverfish into a single block, but we won't question that part. And our end portal combination is light gray, purple, black. And that should get us back here when we need it to. Yeah, it might make the place finally worth something, instead of just abandoned ruin by the wayside. Hop back to Winter Guardian and do the little bit of cosmetic remodeling I wanted to do. Now I have a nice way to come back here without having to spend waystones. That's right. Twice as much portal per portal. We put a portal in our portal, so we can portal after we portal. Now let's go harass our wintry friend for some more some more red skill points. As our inventory slowly fills with crap. How many more red points do we need? Immediately, start with 2, beam and damage. Solar for 3. Wave for 4. Velocity added I'm not really big on. I should also really take Drown. But that's blue. So that's 4 red, 5, 6, 7 red. Really need those. 8, 9, 10. Maybe 11. That's still a lot of red skill points that we need. And then snow and arbitrary pumpkins. This is actually slightly not enough snow. But we'll be able to collect more snow on site, so it's fine. Also, it might be nice if I had some food. Speaking of food, where did all my food just go? Does teleporting have some kind of tremendous hunger cost I wasn't aware of, or were we at half a food bar the whole time? Something's a bit fishy there. Alright, here comes the angry problem. And he's pulled me into my own spell again, and we're basically about to die. Because we're silenced and can't escape. I forgot to not use that spell. He just completely wiped us out. No effort. We were supposed to use Firebolt and kill him humbly. His fists caught me on the backswing. Why am I taking so much damage? Oh, because we have arcane weakness, and he does magic damage. Like I said, affinities are a trap. They'll kill you. Oh. Oh, I think I figured out the problem. You notice he didn't attack us at all while he was standing here. I think what's going on here is that when he steps onto the snow, he is pushed up a fraction of a block, and that fraction of a block allows him to see and attack us. So if I knock out this snow, and only place snow golems on the backside where he won't be standing, maybe he won't be able to attack us anymore. So, time for more science. Nope. Bad snow golem. Do not put snow where I need there to not be snow. He can still fire from there, that's expected. But now that he's not standing on snow, can he fire? Yes. Mistakes have been made. But he's firing less often, so maybe I had a point. We might be on to something. To explore this further, let's take our greatest drill over here to this mountain and make it disappear so we can have some more blocks. Bam! The only problem with a piercing spell like this is that sometimes it gets off center and then hits a block from below instead of head on like it should. And so it leaves these strange partial slices. But as long as you aim straight, stuff just gets wiped out. Now hopefully I can athlete out of here. And we can. And that is Greatest Drill. It makes quarry look like a joke. But I had to demonstrate both methods. Now that I have tons of blocks, let's actually give this guy more room to move. That way when we hit him with knockback, we won't hit him back onto here, which will nudge him up a little bit. This might make him less active and angry. Maybe. We're living really deeply in the land of maybe right now. Nope, he's still firing. Maybe we make the wall taller. And now he's fallen kind of quiet. Never mind. Pardon me, I was just leaving. taller wall. Does this fix the problem? Certainly gives us room to have more problems. No, he can still shoot us just fine. So the Winter Guardian flat out becomes offended if you try to cheese him, and refuses to allow this fight to be as easy as it could be. And then at the same time, apparently he can be docile if he wants to be. This is the worst kind of problem to try to troubleshoot. An intermittent problem. Hello there, thank you for the follow. I could use his own hand against him, but then I would drag him through the wall into my face, which is not where I want him to be. I think I actually did that once in a web-based MMO. Long time ago, called Rock Crashed Plane. A little bit reversed, though. I'd been killed earlier, and when you die, you are guaranteed to drop one of your own random body parts. I went back to my death site, found said body part, and equipped it as a weapon. Began beating people to death with my own leg. Ah, this whole Winter Guardian cheese is simply not working. Apparently all I've done is make him slightly less likely to attack, but also made it much harder for me to tell when he's about to. We're up to 5 points. Which, you know, progress is progress, slow as it may be. And there aren't really many other options for getting red skill points this easily. Molten ice, yes, that would be water. Ah, he grabbed me the moment Athlete expired and I couldn't jump out again. He's just firing time and time and time again. We're eating a lot of these Winter's Grasp things, and we don't need them. We can't do anything with them. Gah! What was any of that? I tried fighting him and ended up teleporting backwards. Ah. 7. Ah. Despite how many we need, I'm tiring of this. 7 will do for now. We can always return easily enough. I can leave my keystone and rune bag in the potion chest. and get rid of all these spare arms. Which is a really weird thing to have a large number of. Just, oh yeah, I have all these extra severed arms just kicking around. How do they get here? Well, I keep killing a snowman. Solar beam damage. Chain. And now we don't quite have enough to get to duration. No, we have exactly enough to get to duration. Reflect, anchor, duration. We didn't get to wave. That's what we didn't do. Well, with access to solar, we can now make an unlock for fire rain. And apparently I have all these debuffs from the Winter Guardian permanently. Not sure how that happened. We should go solve that. I can't drink the milk bucket. Well, then we'll do it the way NFR wants us to. That didn't work. And our gravel is full. Which also means I think I crammed a bunch of gravel somewhere it shouldn't be. How am I going to cure these debuffs? We could do it with a witchery potion, we could make a dispelling spell. We just don't have a way to get rid of them right this moment. Which is kind of frustrating. Especially since Mind Factory Reloaded turned milk into a fluid and apparently removed its debuff cleansing properties. Maybe a dimension change could fix it. That's been known to reinitialize a few of the strange and persistent errors this could create. Yep, debuffs are gone. Good. I wasn't going to be able to survive very long with permanent mining fatigue and weakness at a mid to high level. The next thing I should check on is our new villager quarters, same as the old goblin quarters, and see if there are any children to abduct. Those high-pitched honks suggest there are. I need you, and I need you. And these guys I need to hang on to basically until there's a full moon. But I also need to prepare the Life Guardian Arena as well. Which is chalk, and 4 more of these candles. And some kind of inlay ring somewhere, probably, I don't know. Why did I only keep 3? Five by 5 ring, warding candle in the center outside, and no inlay ring. It just has to be a full moon night. So over here by all the arenas, we'll cast Glory. Just somewhere where it doesn't interfere with the existing arenas. Or apparently that creeper hole. This gives us a convenient 5 by 5 hole. Exactly what we're looking for. And this simple little 5x5 hole also needs tiny little corner spaces. So there's our ring of chalk. Here's our edge candles. And now all we need is a full moon. Which, is that actually a full moon? No, not quite. The full moon is either tomorrow night or we just missed it, depending on which way the moon swings. But this is our wonderful villager child sacrifice home. There's really no way to sugarcoat it. That's just what this is. We could also use it to sacrifice dryads, but we would need to find some dryads first, and I haven't seen a single one all game. You know what else I might like to do? Make a creeper hole filling spell. That would be nice. Since creeper hole filling potion just didn't work out. So that is 2 spells we're planning to make. 3 actually. 1 to unlock Fire Rain, 1 to use Fire Rain, and then 1 to start filling creeper holes. We're back on that spellcrafting nonsense. Fire Rain Unlock is another one of those goofy and useless spells that doesn't do anything on its own. We just have to cast a spell that has a certain combination of components. It's supposed to be a projectile, just so it's not cast on myself. Ignition. Blind. Solar. And Storm. As for our creeper hole filling spell, that's going to be projectile, AoE, with one radius. One radius is enough. And place block. Crater Unmaker. And this third one we're waiting on until after we unlock our Firestorm. So what is it? It's a projectile. Oh, we need some potions. Which means I'm going to have to look up what specifically these potions need to be. Potion of Weakness, Potion of Night Vision. What? Well, Weakness is probably part of the blind component. Both of them are. Night Vision, 3 minutes. Weakness, 1 minute 30. So these aren't even the big versions. These are just normal potions. So there's the 3-minute Night Vision. And then we need 1 minute 30 regular Weakness potion, which we don't have. That's just a regen potion or a strength potion corrupted by a spider eye. Or I could just spider eye a water bottle. That's real easy. I've got the water bottles. Basic Weakness potion. Alright, blank Vintium Arrow Snowball Orange. I don't happen to have an orange on hand. Flint and Steel, Black Rune, the potions. And the potions were Weakness first. Nature Essence. I have none of those. I think Nature Essence involves eggs. No. Oak leaf, cactus, vine, lily pad. That's a weird one. I definitely have none of those things. Well, I don't have one of those things. I haven't had to cut oak leaves since I was building the witchy battery. Something not right. Oh, that's why, because the apples go here. And I have too many mushrooms and definitely too many oak saplings. Nature essence was oak, cactus, vine, lily pad in that order. Oak, cactus, vine, lily pad. The crafter has been reconnected to power. Again. This always happens. And it's actually happened every time since the original Ars Magica. This is a legacy bug from a previous version of the mod. Anyway, nature essence. Sunstone, clock, yellow rune. I happen to have a yellow rune in reserve. All of our metal values look pretty good. We could use some more gold, but always use some more gold. Iron is okay, quartz is more than okay. We're basically pretty well stocked in most things. Are those nature essences coming? Nature essence looks weird. Not nearly as weird as life essence, but it looks weird. Sunstone clock yellow. Blue topaz gas tier. And that's it. This unlocked spell is ready. What Unlock Firestorm will do, among other things, is it's a projectile storm spell. Which means wherever the projectile lands, a bolt of lightning will strike. So I'll just throw that over there. And it didn't bolt of lightning, but that's fine. It also didn't unlock the spell part. Why didn't it unlock the spell part? That was the combination. Did I forget a component? Ignition Blind Solar Storm. That's what it says over here on the wiki. But I don't have it. I was lied to. It's not blind, it's fire damage. So this unlocked Firestorm is now a dead book. And I need to make the deconstructor so I can rip this spell apart and get its parts out. Didn't want to have to do this, but here we go. Excuse me. The item focus is cobblestone and a crafting table. Now I need a deficit crystal, diamond, eye of ender, arcane ash. And finally, a pure essence. This one's annoying. Very, very annoying. So I should probably make 2 or 3 of them, just so I don't have to make more in the near future. Need base essence cores, high essence cores, life, ender, and diamond. We'll start with base. Base essence core. Air, fire, earth, water. I don't have the earth to do that. Or the fire to keep them on hand for that matter, so I need to make more earth and fire essences. Earth is cheap. Dirt, stone, obsidian. I mean cheap for us. The most expensive part of this process is the amount of power that this thing drains, and of course, wastes. More arcane ash will also be necessary to keep the whole thing going. Which is stone, netherrack, redstone, glowstone. Reverse the thing that I always reverse. Again. We'll keep the neutral power coming, so we can keep powering the refining process. These three slots up here are not for upgrades the way they are with some other Ars Magica machines. They are exclusively for, again, colored runes. To make a rune combination so you can block this machine with a rune stone. Oop, didn't mean to turn that on. And that makes it impossible for other people to access your essence refiner without the proper combination. Considering how expensive these runes can be, or these essences can be, that stands to reason. Now, fire essence, coal, and blaze powder. Need more blaze powder. I think this might be the version where you could feed Ethereum into this thing by having it flow underneath. I don't really remember, though. Unfortunately, we turned that into a surface tunnel, so I can't use that method. And again, we don't need the surface tunnel, do we? Funnily enough, I can stand here and spawn things to get eaten by the red Nexus. So maybe the surface tunnel is just fine. But no, we're getting worried. And what this means, if I'm right, is that I can drop a bucket here. And it doesn't work. Okay, well, it doesn't work anymore the way I thought it did. Now we'll have to block up the rest. Good news, we no longer have this unsightly thing. And I have a piston there for no good reason. Which is fine. Now, back to base essence. Air, fire, earth, water in that order. Good thing we have, 344 buckets of this stuff to burn for power. Also, can't we upgrade the light one? I think glass is weak. Oh yeah, our light power is not great, because it's all in here now. So while those bases are cooking, I want structures, celestial. The second upgrade is the pillars. Most notable are moonstone, but that's night mode. I'm also visibly seeing gold and diamond. I suspect diamond is the best, but it's not gonna tell me. So let's just assume diamond is better than gold, because that's just how the material tier structure works in Minecraft. And leverage our infinite diamond supply to boost our light mana generation. Okay, 4 base essence cores. Next step, 4 high essence cores. Lightning, nature, arcane, ice. I'm not going to bother replacing these. If we need more, we'll make more later. Once those are done, we then need life and ender, which is more ender and, well, some life. More pearls and ender eyes. So 10 eyes, 10 pearls makes 5 more ender essence. The 4 we need, plus 1 to spare. And once we have those, then it's time for the life essence, which is the one I'm pretty sure that involves eggs. In the meantime, how's that arcane ash coming? Excellent. Life essence. Eggs and golden apples. Yikes. That would be the incentive for fighting the Life Guardian. Because it might drop life essence and save you the apples. Because 4 of these is going to be practically 8 blocks of gold. Not quite 8 blocks, but close. It's just a casual stack of gold. As if this whole process wasn't expensive enough already. But wait, there's more. It's 4 diamonds to actually run this machine specifically to make pure essence. You replace the arcane ash with diamonds to make pure essence. But the good news is we're almost there. I've heard that this mirror can, like, spawn NPCs that are supposed to be fairer, and you can use them in single player to harvest the golden hearts that you need. But it hasn't happened yet. Alright. Life essence, air, ender essence, base essence, high essence, diamonds, and power. Red power looking pretty bad. And it's rotating. It's working. There we go. Our first pure essence, which allows us to make the deconstructor. The deconstructor also demands a chest. In particular, a high capacity chest. Say, a nice big strong box. Bigger than that. I don't know if I want to go up to resonant with it, but surely if I go to reinforced, We'll have more room than a typical chest. Yeah, that's a double chest worth in a single chest. I'll just hide it back here. It only accepts red essence. So we'll connect it. Feed it the offending spell that didn't work. And I guess I can fit upgrades in this thing. But it only gave me back the arrow. Everything else was destroyed. What a unmitigated ripoff. We just spent all that everything on all those resources for nothing. It must be, because I've used this before and I've gotten like 60 to 80% of a spell's materials back. I've never gotten just one item before. It's supposed to put the items into an inventory on top of itself, and also put them in these slots if such an inventory is not available. I have never before been that insulted to get so little back. Well, let's try unlocking Firestorm again. This time, projectile, fire damage, ignition, storm, solar. Hopefully this is the correct recipe this time. In the meantime, I can try disassembling some of these, since we'll never need to cast them again. Blank 2 Ventian Arrow Snowball Red. Red Rune, convenient. 2 Flint and Steel, orange, yellow, blue. Topaz. So 2 Flint and Steel, orange, yellow. Blue topaz. it's also getting dark. So right after we finish this spell, we'll check the moon state and see if we can fight the Life Guardian. Gas Tier Nature Essence Sunstone Clock. And that's everything. For the next version of Unlock Firestorm, if it works. How do we get back here? See, that is so much better than the last spell we tore apart. That's most, if not all, of the components from Unlock Starstrike. Now we have Unlock Firestorm, which I'll just throw somewhere over here. That's done it. And rather than fuss about Crater Unmaker right now, well, it's raining because we made it rain. I need it to not be raining because we can't see the moon when it's raining. Stop the rain. And give me these just in case. That's not a full moon either. So we missed it. While we were spellcrafting, the full moon came and went. No Life Guardian for us. Oh well, back to spellcrafting. We have the Crater Unmaker, and with this we will fill every creeper hole in our whole territory. Blank Vintium Arrow Snowball Moonstone. Air Essence, 2 TNT, and a Fire Essence. Glowstone, Stone Tools, chest. That was axe, pickaxe, shovel, in that order. Anything else we can disassemble? Buff power. Maybe dig it as well. We no longer need that spell, period. That's odd. Oh, it's full. That's why it's not burning. You're overcompensating. Crater Unmaker. We've already used that icon for Project Block, and this is just a bigger version of it. Well, then we'll use a bigger version of the icon. And now let's make something to really tear apart that Winter Guardian. Projectile zone with extra duration. Oh, but he'll grab us and rip us into the radius. Also, Firestorm doesn't care about multiple procs, so we don't need zone. We basically just need projectile Firestorm with duration and damage. And radius would help. Two damages should be sufficient. A third one would be a bit much. Firestorm and its counterpart Blizzard are tricky spells. You can't multicast them. When you have a single Firestorm cast and active, you are not allowed to cast a second one within a certain radius. So if I were to do Projectile Zone AoE as I've been doing, the first Firestorm would trigger, and then subsequent triggers would not happen. It would just be wasted mana. And the trouble with a bit much is that every one of these modifiers increases the mana cost. If I add a third damage, the exponential ramping of the mana cost may become outside of my ability to cast the spell at all. Actually, I just had a hilarious idea that solves the problem. Rune. And then from Rune to either AoE or Chain. AoE probably being the easiest. So what we do is we cast the spell shortly before, like after it kills all three snow golems, but before it has been summoned. And then all we have to do is have it walk into the rune, which we'll place in one of the corners. I don't think there's anything else I can sneak in here that would appreciably make it any more dangerous. Without also at the same time making it more dangerous to us to be pulled into the problem. So I think this will finalize it. Now, some of these components are expensive. Rune costs several runes. We have a lot of modifiers. This is not going to be a cheap spell. But maybe I can raid this locker for extra components. In particular, these essences can go back into storage. Alright, let's see what we've done. This looks deceptively short. That's because it keeps going. And going. Okay. Blank Ventium Arrow Snowball. Blue, red, white, black, orange. Purple, every color. Just so many colors. Blank Ventium Arrow Snowball Blue. We'll start there. We already have a blue, so I don't need this. Also, here's an interesting question. How many projectile spells have we made today? And every time we make one, I take a snowball from this stack. And every time I do that, this is a full stack of 16. Where the heck are the extra snowballs coming from? Wait a minute. Where the heck are these runes, and essences, and gas tiers coming from that aren't supposed to be in this chest? I think we found where all our stuff went when we only got a single arrow. It somehow put my disassembled spell ingredients in here. that shouldn't be legal. Now we got clocks and essence and topaz and TNT. Oh, TNT goes there. What else is in here that shouldn't be? Runes. I think that's it. Everything else looks like it's under the classification of block. But that also means I need to move this. So we found where all the bonus snowballs were coming from. Now let's figure out what the heck I've just done to my inventory and my spell in process. Blank Ventian Arrow Snowball Blue. Arrow Snowball Blue. All the rest of this can go in here and we'll figure out the rest from there. Red, white, black, orange. Red, white, black, orange. Convenient. Purple, yellow, moonstone. No moonstone in here. But I do need to reconnect that to the battery. Moving on. 3 air essence, 3 TNT, 4 fire essence. That's a big demand. Good thing we made all that spare fire. Arcane Ash, Netherrack, Lava Bucket. Two glowstone, 2 redstone. Running out of room here. 2 ender essence, 2 iron sword, 2 potions of harming. And I'll have to look up the specific potion of harming. That's definitely the damage component talking. It's just a regular potion of harming. No special power-ups, and harming doesn't have a duration. A base potion of harming is a corrupted healing, a corrupted water breathing for some reason, or a double corrupted poison. Poison itself is Spider Eye off of Awkward. So we can work with this. I don't think I have any potions, any base potions of harming in here. Nor do I have any base potions of poison to make them from. But I do have base potions of regeneration that I don't need. I'm keeping them anyway. Mistakes have been made. don't have the inventory space to clear this easily. Or to manage my water bottles. Because there's just too much going on right now. You need a spider eye. And then you need a fermented spider eye, which I don't have the inventory space to make. Now I do. Just barely. And I messed up. I cannot get to where I'm going from here. These potions are wasted. That's okay. We have enough materials knocking around that this little bit of waste is a minor setback. I just need another wood first. Another wart into spider eye, into fermented spider eye. And that will make the potions we need. While that's processing, we also need 2 iron swords. And with the potions, that will be the end of the ingredient list. Which at this point is a freaking triumph. That was only 1 sword. 2 swords. These are almost ready. Time to roll. Pull the lever. Potions and harming. Ready to go. I keep throwing the wrong thing. My lightning charm drags it back into my inventory, so no harm, no foul. I need a second potion, which I should have known. And there's only 1 icon for Incendiary Trap. Just an absolutely horrific rain of fire. Its mana cost is slightly outside of our reach. If I put it in my arcane spellbook, it gets better, but it's still somewhat outside of our reach. We definitely put too much into it. I don't even know what kind of spellcasting level I would need to actually throw this thing. So we have what is, for now, a dead spell. I could deconstruct it and get some of those valuable materials back, but I have some false hope of being able to cast it at some point in the future. I have no idea when that would be, because my mana bar doesn't have any numbers on it. Although, if I remember right, there's a way to fix that. There are some console commands that are not cheats. That just allow you to rearrange your graphical user phase, your GUI, basically. That's it. /AMUICFG. I think I want this. Yes, numeric meta value. Can we turn that on? There we go. Show armor status. How about no? I don't need to see that. Show the bars, yes. Minimal HUD. Only show when some kind of casting apparatus is equipped. Sure. We don't need that all the time. Durations, numeric. What is this? Oh, the XP bar. Okay, our mana is 4,000. And we need 438,000 to be able to cast that Firestorm spell. So we went a little bit overboard on the additional components. It may be necessary to simply make another Firestorm spell that isn't as ridiculous. One duration, one damage. Just that. Just that. The end result probably still won't be worth the mana cost, but at least it'll be closer. Yeah, Fire Drizzle. Very, very weak Firestorm spell, as Firestorm spells go. And it doesn't warn us anywhere about the eventual mana cost. Not until it's finished does it calculate that. Alright, blank Vinteum Arrow Snowball, because projectile. 2 Fire Essence, Ash Netherrack Lava Bucket. Alright, 2 Fire Essence, Ash. I'm fresh out of bucket. But have an ample supply of lava. Air Essence, Redstone, Ender Essence. We're out of Ender Essence, by the way. So we're still making more essence on top of everything else that's going on. At least this bucket is burned up, finally. And once those Ender Essence are ready, Iron Sword, Potion of Harming. This still might end up being on the pricey side. Firestorm's mana cost does not pull punches. But here goes. We may have to tear this one apart. We'll never cast it as is. 585,000 mana. That's just not happening. I don't know what level that is. But it's not going to be within reach without console commands. Fire Drizzle. Just the 1 damage and 1 duration component makes it cost 6,000. With our spellbook, that's 4,500, which is still more than we have. But it's at least arguably within reach. And the Incendiary Trap schematic book just needs to go. It's not happening. Not anytime, in any world, in any future. But we got a lot of these essences back. And a bunch of stuff that I can easily store in my system. As well as TNT for future spell upgrades. And a couple of the gas tiers. Well, what else can I put back? Purple runes, that. All these tools, and even the Ender Eye, don't really stack easily anywhere. Got our lava bucket back. Mostly, though, is all these tools. That brings me to the book, fish, clay, ash, and one fish too many. Which is a weird thing to have too many of. I've never had a surplus of fish before. So I suppose our next order of business is to try and get to a point where we can actually cast that Firestorm spell. And in the meantime, we still need red points, and at least one blue point. That last blue point should be easy. It's all these reds that are going to be a pain. And there's Chain, which I so badly want to do things with, but that becomes scariest when you have access to Wave. Once you have Wave and Chain, you can craft spells that will just crash the server. Simple as that. Because their power goes up exponentially. I'll paint a little picture for you. Wave throws a moving wall along the ground, and everything it hits that the spell can trigger on, it triggers on. Chain triggers on the target that it strikes, and also branches off to strike additional targets near the primary target. And the number of secondary targets, I believe, is influenced by rune procs. Yeah, rune procs. Number of jumps can be increased with procs, and the chain jump range can be extended with range itself. So what you do is you make a projectile. No, you make wave chain, and then you throw it at a large group. Every member of the group triggers wave, which fires a chain, which chains to other members of the group. So you get one instance of chain per member of the group, which hits everything in the group with damage once per member of the group. So the bigger the group of monsters you're firing it at, the more damage you do to all of them. This gets even worse with some of the other non-damaging components, such as Storm. Wave Chain Storm just crashes the computer, period. Because it triggers a lightning bolt on every member of the mob group for every member of the mob group. So if you fire a Wave Chain Storm at 5 zombies, you get 25 lightning bolts instantly. And it's even worse than that. Because Wave doesn't just trigger on every monster that it hits. It triggers once per Minecraft tick that it is possible to hit a monster. So it's just bad news bears for everyone but you. And extremely bad news for anyone else that might be on the server, your computer, your cooling system, It's just a mess. You can do that with Star Strike too, to summon an entire constellation, just slam into a single location. It's rough. The drawback to Chain is it has a couple of restrictions. The first thing is that it can't change target types. So if you have a projectile chain spell, you fire it at a mob. If you hit the mob, then it will chain to other mobs. If you hit a block, it will chain to other blocks. So you can't make a projectile chain to have a more forgiving spell that you hit near a block or near a mob and then have it chain to the mob. That doesn't work. The other thing is that Chain is a little bit less concerned with the potentials of friendly fire. So if I do a projectile zone chain or a projectile wall chain and then get too close to it as it's triggering, I can be hit. My own spell damage components will not damage me, but status effects like Entangle will. You can also do kind of terrifying things like Beam Chain, which, because Beam is very strange and doesn't always trigger, is less exciting than it sounds. But if you can actually hit something with the beam and make the chain trigger off the beam, it gets terrifying. I kind of want to try a beam chain dig, just to see if that works. Have it chain from the block to other blocks. I don't think it would work. At this point, we're just planning out new and interesting things to try. And it keeps coming back to, I need a different source of fire damage to mess up the Winter Guardian so I can keep the red skill points coming. Because the spells that we have in our arsenal are not working out. And I don't really have a way to prevent him from dragging me into the area of effect. So I think I'm going to projectile zone. I know I just said stuff like projectile zone chain has a potential for friendly fire, and he keeps dragging me into the range. But I might do it anyway, just because I want a chain spell out there. We'll add duration to the zone. It's not going to need radius. Then we have the chain. with a radius and a rune procs. And it will actually do fire damage with aggravated damage. And it has to have Entangle. Actually, it doesn't have to have Entangle. Slow will do just fine. I think that'll do. Call it Winter's End. Because we want this spell to specifically shred the Winter Guardian. That's what it's for. Blank 2 Ventium Arrow Snowball Tarma. Moonstone, 2 Sunstone, Diamond, Air. I don't know what the diamond's for, but here we are. Redstone, Lead, Iron Ingot, Trip Hook. These are components for the chain part. So it's Redstone, Lead, Iron Ingot, Trip Hook, String. This is in fact the reason I stole all those trip hooks from the jungle temples. So I knew they'd be needed later. Fire Essence, Glowstone, TNT, Arcane Essence. We're out of Arcane. I knew that. Blue, white, purple, black, red runes. That's a lot of runes. Blue, white, purple, black, red. We'll just leave them in here, because that's a lot of inventory space to devote to runes. Flint and Steel, Ender Essence, Iron Sword. It didn't give us back any of those potions of harming, so I need another batch of those. And And that was Netherwart into Spider Eye. Into Fermented Spider Eye. And then we get Green Rune and the Slime Ball, and that's about it. I think we're mostly ready to make this happen. The Arcane Essence. The runes, which were like blue, red, some others. Black was in there. White. Was black in there? Well, let's just be ready in case. White. Purple. All these runes are for the rune procs component. Flint and Steel. Ender Essence. Iron Sword. The potion. Which is ready. And now we have Winter's End, which is a bunch of fire-based bullshit. Looks kind of like that. And costs almost 2,000 to cast. Yeah, that's about the right region. Down to 1,200 if I put it in the book. So let's go get some more red points. Although, it's currently snowing. I mean, since it's raining, it will be currently snowing when we go there, which means, among all the other problems we have, the Winter Guardian will be constantly healing. No rain. By the power of Silly Twig. Huh? Why did it stop? Okay, we are recharging. I don't know why my magic power recharging stopped in the middle there. That was very concerning. Alright, we're going to Wintergy. 2 blue topaz with ice. Six snow. Prepare the pumpkins. And our 2 spells are adjacent to each other. Good. The item attraction radius on this charm is huge. Much bigger than any other item magnet I've ever used. Yeah, how do you like that slowing fire field, buddy? You'll find it a bit more difficult to snipe me with your hand when I don't have to stop to aim. Maybe I should have put mana tap on it. So pay for itself. Certainly crisped him up. That was much easier than previous fights with him. I think we found our new tool for knocking out the Winter Guardian. I'm also kind of surprised that I haven't accidentally introduced enough light to the interior of this box to melt the ice block before we're ready to do so. Yeah, stop that. He's still weird and mean. But we can pile the fire spells on him, and there's nothing he can do about it. Except wait for us to run out of mana. Which is unfortunate, but here we are. Yep, this is definitely working. There you go. Let's have it be there when he appears. It's not doing nearly as much damage as I expected. You know, the fire component to do to the Winter Guardian. I guess fire must not be his actual weakness. What could be, then? last set of ingredients that we had prepared in advance. Let fire rain down upon him. Here come the fists. As soon as my athlete spell expires again. I don't know how he knows when to target me just as my buff falls off. Like, I really don't think he's specifically coded to attack when a player is not buffed. That seems like a very strange behavior to add to a monster. But the important thing is victory. Victory and more red points. Which finally gets me wave. Fury, let's be real, Fury is terrible. Let's read up on Fury, so I can illustrate just how garbage this effect is. You send yourself into an absolute rage, dealing increased damage, moving extremely fast, passively regenerating, and mining at inhuman speeds. When the effect ends, you're left exhausted for a few minutes and must recover. You can boost this with buff power. It costs a sunstone and a crap ton of fish. Why? I have no idea. But this is supposed to be some kind of all-purpose steroid buff that has a drawback when it ends. The only things you can put on it are buff power, duration, and lunar and solar, which you can technically put on anything, because they do the same thing no matter what you're looking at. But yeah, look at all these damn fish. It's ridiculous. So we've got our wave. You know what? I can take mana regen 3. That wasn't on our to-do list. So maybe I should look around and see what might have been on our to-do list. Range was on our to-do list. Divine and Ender Intervention were on our to-do list. So that takes away the possibility of mana regen 3. But now I can make Return Home spells and Go to the Nether spells. These two components also give us access to being able to create Daylight and Moonrise. to immediately make things day or night. Once upon a time, I did something on an Ars Magica 2 server that was kind of silly, kind of trolly, and nobody ever figured out that it was happening. I had a Celestial Prism keyed to Moonstone, so it charges faster at night. This was connected to not a summoner, a caster block. I think it's called a caster. No? There's some block in Ars Magica that will cast a spell when you give it a redstone signal, and you have to give it the spell. I'm just apparently not remembering what the block is, or what it was even called. Whoops, let's not do that. I'm apparently too fixated on the name of the block to even continue the story. I had the Moonrise spell in that caster being charged from this and being triggered by a daylight detector. So the moment the sun began to rise, it would cast moonlight and skip the entire day. And because it was night, this was charging light mana at an increased speed and keeping the caster block fully charged. I banned daytime. But the summoner here is the only thing I'm finding that could cast spells. What was the caster block that I used? Because I know I had an automated caster block. It wasn't the Seer Stone. I just can't remember. I was sure there was a block that could cast spells on its own. Maybe it was an add-on that I don't have because I never knew it was an add-on. Maybe it was a ritual. That seems very unlikely. Recall to Gateway. This Ringed Cross ritual can retarget the recall spell so you travel to a gateway instead of your marked location. The chalk and runes will be consumed. Interesting. Recall Other. Retarget the recall spell to pull another player to you. The combination can be obtained by the player using True Sight. So players have their own rune combinations. Otherworldly Ritual. Reactivate an inert spawner to turn into an otherworldly aura. Not that great. The otherworldly aura is a fake player. And this fake player will, all it does is when a crafting ritual is active, so there's a book here, and I've thrown the blank rune in, the fake player will search nearby chests for necessary ingredients and put them in on its own. That's all it does. It can also get stuck with an ingredient in its hand, and if it vanishes, that ingredient is gone. It takes the last ingredient with it. Hourglass rituals. Extend a buff, but how and why? It's not quite clear how these work. Also call rain ritual, which modifies banish rain to, in fact, not do that. That's kinda stupid. I feel like it would make a lot more sense just to have a call rain spell, since you have all the others. Alright, self projectile. Ender intervention. No, I have a better idea. Condemn. It's a spell that sends you straight to hell. What would be a better name? It's not that expensive either. And then the flip side of that would be just self. No projectile needed, because when would I want to ever take anything else, take any other creature? And it would send it to, I believe, the world spawn in the overworld. And so we have condemn and redeem. Makes perfect sense to me. Blank 2 Vintium Lesser. yellow snowball, purple, 2 obsidian. Can I help you? Flint and steel, ender pearl, done. I have lots of spare flint and steel in here. So we have Condemn, the Burning Gateway. It looks kinda like a portal. I know it's supposed to be an explosion. You could mistake it for a portal. And then it's reverse. Blank Aum Ventium Lesser. Purple, a bed, ender pearl, and that's it. Bed is kind of a weird ingredient, but I guess that's basically what it's doing. It's returning you to your bed. So it does make a lot of sense. And so the counterpart to the Hell Portal is the Overworld Portal? I guess. That's the best I got. We still have Rift Storage, which I haven't used at all. Block Theft, which we might use to take another... We could find another spawner, make more use of that. But one thing I do need to do here is replace my Mark spell. Because we changed it so we could go back to the winter place. Now our mark is reset, we can go back to banishing things and do... That's why there was a sheep. That's why there was a sheep hanging around at the Winter Guardian place. Because I thought I was banishing a sheep into my mana battery, and that's not where it went. How about in here? Any more... I don't see any villager children. Banished. You have no trades. Banished. You have bad trades. Banished. You are buying wheat. You can stay for now. We still need to catch another child somehow. But just a little bit more important than that, we can do some more agricraft gardening, which I have managed to avoid for several days. But the quality of our crops must continue to go up. Especially some of the ones that I've been noticing are missing. I've also been ignoring a lot of our bees for over a day now. And I had in fact completely forgotten that we made the lead plant. So it's not just these need to come along. We need to do something about green dye and those and also these. These could be analyzed as well. Since we're working more with Ars Magica, we could certainly stand to improve our Ars Magica plants. And the whole reason I wanted the lightning charm was to make this harvesting phase easier and not have to chase nuggets all over Hill and Dale. Hello? Y'all napping nicely in there? No weeds. Silverweed, regular weed, not allowed. These are ready for analysis, but I don't have the inventory space. So we can do some things and... Okay, we're all ready. Nothing could we... Back to crop math. Alright, what do we have? Cactus. Desert Nova. And Wake Bloom. 345, 445, 446. Better. 677, 788. You can't outdo that. 1046. No improvement. 1057. 9107, 10107, 10108. There's also the plants in here that I haven't looked at in a long time. Tarma root in particular comes to mind. Our daisies may have reached perfect 10. Maybe. Sugarcane, not even close. Silverweed, ready to go. Quartzanthemum, ready to go. And I have enough inventory space to keep going. Let's do the red tulips and the wolf's bane. I also kind of want to do the snowbells, but we're out of space. Okay, sugarcane. Wolfsbane flower gets packed away up there, I guess. This dye is too much. And now we just have a bunch of seeds to analyze. Our silverweeds may not have improved, may have improved. They did. Silverweeds are perfect now. Let's just burn the lesser silverweed. Silverweed's about ready to graduate. Red tulip has not improved. Daisy has reached perfect 10. Sugarcane, 2 points. Wolfsbane, 2 points. And Quartzanthemum, perfected. Some of these plants are finally finished. I still don't want to do this hole. It's a mystery hole. It needs to have some kind of plant in it. I don't know what to put there. Don't you instantly weed on me, that's rude. This silver birch has got to go. I don't need random silver birch pollen from some dead butterfly. Good day. What I do need to do is have a look at our radiation beams. Just see how badly they're ripping up the landscape. And the answer is really badly. Keep up the good work. You are making the region unlivable, and it's amusing. Is it really ripping up everything down below there, too? Yeah, I just saw a block disappear. These things are nasty. Most of these bees are no longer doing anything I need them to do. They're just being. I guess I could get some wheat out of this comb. What I really want more of is gold ore. So we could place even more ore gold and multiply our gold collection. More plants to analyze as things continue to improve. Throw out that clipping. The clipping goes into the cactus. It does not come back into my inventory. Plum bean has sprouted. Cuprosia we're still waiting on. Mean and Caprosia are both ready to go. I think this is about where we're going to leave things. I'll analyze and replant what we've got, and then call it a day. We've made some fascinating magical experiments, farmed the winter guy a bit further. Basically, things have gone well, and we got our lightning charm. The life ward, sadly, is still out of reach. For now. We just need more full moons to happen. Funny how much we rely on full moons. They were necessary for werewolfing. They're necessary for summoning this specific boss. Full moons are apparently really big in this mod set. Alright, what do we have? 677, 777, 787. Even better. No improvement on Snowbell. 1 point in Orange Tulips. And 2 points in Blue Orchid. I'm beginning to think that what's happening with the agricraft plant growth is that I'm not understanding how they work. And that these 2x2 plots that I have are good for improvement, but not for the reason that I think. What I've been assuming for so long is that if I have a pattern like this, these two, and then put double crop sticks in the corners, that each of these can then crossbreed to one of these spaces, so that each of these plants is the parent to the other two corners. But I'm beginning to think that's not how it works. Because we're routinely getting seeds where the first two are the parents, which are the same because they're clippings of each other. The next one is a 1 or 2 point boost, and the other one is a 2 or 3 point boost. Would you shut up in there? I'm talking. What I think is actually happening now is that when I plant my double crop sticks, that whichever one of these crossbreeds first has these two as parents, and then when the second one crossbreeds, it can cross diagonally. So all three of them are parents, including the one that just sprouted with a potential small boost. If that's the case, then it doesn't really change anything for me. It means I have a good strategy and it works for reasons I didn't understand. All the same, I'd kind of like this new hypothesis to be confirmed, and I don't know how to go about doing that. But we have everything clipped and planted. These quartzanthemums are newly level 10. So we clipper the crap out of them and get these into storage. The silver weeds are also newly level 10. So we do the same thing. Clip them like crazy and get them in storage. And that is going to be all for the day once we put all this stuff away. It's been a good time. We've made good progress. We've bullied a lot of bosses. And made spells of truly exorbitant mana costs. Absolutely off-the-wall insane spells that we won't be able to cast. Ever. So we destroyed them. Which makes perfect sense. Our Miner's Pack, aside from these dies, is just full of things that can go straight into the system. Oh, and the nuggets. Diamond nuggets don't go into the system like that. Also, this gravel is too much. Restock our dies. Put the pack away. These are reversed. And put our diamond shards in here to be diamonded. 14 diamonds. Just from up there farming. Getting to the emerald plants would be nice too. Amaryllis, rhododendron, ferranium. It's the emerald ore we'd need for that. So, part of tomorrow will probably be spent using some of our big, terrifying digging spells to rip apart the, what's the biome? The extreme hills next door. And that will get us some emerald ore that we can use to cross some more, that we can use to create the emerald plant. That should be fun. We also have these lovely new spells to help our dimensional travel. I also might mess around a bit with flickers. Might get into flickers at some point soon. Oh yeah, I already did these with their second upgrades. Third upgrade will probably be Armor XP level 40, I think. It's up there. I might want a bunch of magic damage resistance because apparently we're vulnerable to that now. Even though every single piece of our armor has magic resistance 5, we still take gob tons of magic damage. But that's a concern for the time. I'll see you tomorrow. Until then.